Good evening, everyone. How are we all? Oh, looks like we're kicking off with a happy birthday notice. Happy birthday, Tiffany. Happy birthday, your 17th. Congrats, Don. Myself and Claire have got 5 kids between us, which is a lot of kids. They're certainly reaching those ages now. Our 2 youngest are both 14, so we're definitely well into the teenage years. So why don't we start off with a quick overview of the dev shed, again, like last week. Here's a picture I prepared earlier. So this is where we're at with it. We've got walls and a roof, and we've started to get the insulation, or rather the waterproofing, putting on. Half of this is actually since blown off because we had a storm blow through last night. That's just a case of nailing it back on again. And then on the inside, you can see that we now actually have walls and a ceiling, which is nice to see. We're starting to get quite a good feel for the space now, and it's going to. It's just about big enough. It's not a huge space, but it's definitely big enough for what we need it for. And here's another hastily scribbled diagram of what the plans are. So again, you've got my PC there, Claire's PC there, and our glass panelled wall-mounted PC cases. It's typical because mine fits in between these 2 bits of stud perfectly, and then Claire's kind of straddles too, so we're going to have to get some noggins put in between them just to make sure that they don't fall off. But yeah, so it's coming together. We've got the electrician coming in tomorrow afternoon sometime, and he'll do first fix on all of the cabling, and then I think the builders are doing battening tomorrow, so they'll reattach the waterproofing, get it all battened down. I assume that means Tuesday, Wednesday they'll be doing the outside covering. But, we shall see. It's been raining loads over the past couple of days, so that's probably going to slow things down a bit. Okay. So if you remember from Wednesday's stream, we spent like 2 hours trying to figure out an alignment issue with the ship on the holo display. I'm currently parked in front of Sirius, so it's all really bright. That is now fixed. So if we go onto the medium range sensors and we zoom out, the ship should be facing the right way, and all of the planets and things should be all facing the right way. So fingers crossed, all those alignment issues are now resolved. You'll notice that as I zoomed in there, the star itself actually grows huge. That is now scaling properly. Actually, I'm not quite sure why it's not showing the ship now. So what it does now is it will show like the little icon for the ship actually next to the star, like true scale. To work out where the ship went. But I'm doing that for all of the objects in the system now. So if we pick, say, that gas giant there and zoom in on it, you can see that once it reaches a certain scale, it actually flips to rendering it in its real relative size relative to the whole system. And that's actually true. So if I go through all these different planets, you'll see that they're they're all coming up different sizes, and that's their true relative size to compared to one another. And if I click the star, you'll see that it's absolutely massive. So that gas giant, relatively speaking, is that size versus the size of the star. So you can really get an idea of how big or small things are. Yeah, and the labels themselves all scale as well. So you'll see that Sirius's label gets huge. And of course, the long-term plan with this is that you'll be able to pick a planet, zoom in on that planet, and the closer you'll get, you'll start to see rings for all the moons and that sort of thing. So this will be a full orrery map for the entire system, moons included. And because we can come in so close to things, we'll probably be able to put stations and things on here as well, all to scale, which is really cool. You'll notice that it says unknown for the planets. If I get a bit closer. So they're coming up as unknown objects, and that's the default. There's a bit of a bug right now, so you'll see here that I have actually scanned this system. So we have knowledge level 2 for everything that's here, and that should reflect in the holo display. If I look at the same version of it, you can see that we do actually have proper descriptions. This now switches, so if you go back and forth between the overview and the detail mode, you can see the display zoom here is changing scales. I haven't hooked up these buttons yet, but you'll be able to zoom in and out of this one no differently to the medium range. And you can see that now that I've done that, the actual proper wording has appeared. So we've got a bit of a bug there in terms of it getting that information. Have I fixed the long-range sensors, greying out the medium-range sensors? Good question. Let's pick one. So, Epsilon Iridani. Right, if we go there, and then we can give that a whirl. Okay, so according to the long-range sensors, nothing's been scanned yet, so everything's showing up as unknown. And you can see here, even though we can't zoom in on this yet, the long range, it does say unknown for all of the planetary objects. And if we go to the medium range, it should also say exactly the same as it has here. So that's all unknown, and then all of the individual planets are unknown. So you're saying the long range sensors is greying out the medium range. So if we do our long range survey, so since I've changed how knowledge or sensor knowledge or system knowledge is transferred around internally, we do have a few bugs where it's not picking it up yet. It is registering that the survey is complete though, so that should not affect medium range, but it clearly is. So yeah, that's definitely a bug. Because that should have only given us knowledge level 1, which means knowledge level 2 should still be available to be scanned. So yeah, definitely not working the way it should. They are showing as having knowledge level 1. Actually, that one is not hooked up yet. Let's do it from here instead. And now it's working. So we have knowledge level 1, but not knowledge level 2 or 3. But you can see there that before it was saying unknown, and now it's actually producing the names of the planets. It still says unknown on there though. And now that we have the opposite situation here, where we've got names up there, but not here. And I do wonder actually whether or not something's gotten transposed somewhere, because I'm storing the long range knowledge of each system separately to the medium range. So it could very well be something to do with it. Because it's not finding a match there. Although, of course, that's not hooked up, so that doesn't help us. Don, you were saying click on an unknown planet and look at its summary. Okay, so let's pick a random one then. Right, yeah, okay, so yeah, that needs that information needs to be removed from there. So you can see that functionality, we're pretty much there with all the functionality. It just needs tweaking and polishing, and the bugs that we have in the system now are silly little things that hopefully won't be too arduous to fix. But the main thing is we do have an orrery map now on the long range. We just need to sort out the zoom, and then we'll be able to use that no differently to the medium range one. It should be one and the same. In fact, they are driven by the same code, or same function rather. So this function here, this is the one we were working on Wednesday, and if you recall back to what I was doing on Wednesday, it was a lot messier. I've structured it in a much more sensible way now, so it's a lot more logical step by step. I did notice actually that the ship location wasn't coming up where I expected it to be, so we'll have a look at that and see if we can fix that bug as well. So right before I came on stream, I was doing some debugs for trying to work out where the exploration data was getting lost. So if we go here, yeah. So on our master struct, the data object for the entirety of the sensors, we've got this new variable here, which is matching exploration data for the star system that we have selected. Now we have this one here, which is the same thing, but for the star system we're currently in. So you can see that distinct from one another, it's the same data essentially, but used in two different ways. So I'm wondering whether or not these two have become transposed somewhere, which would explain why we're seeing planet names on one mode but not the other. It should be possible to use long-range sensors to mark the system you wish to fly to in order to then use the medium range. It's working 225.0.49. Yeah. So I think what's happened is because I've had to change a significant amount of the background code for this to add some of these new things. Specifically, the action messages are now an array rather than a single string to allow for multiple action messages. That might have come unstuck somewhere, because I had to literally go through and change every single instance of setting this struct to replace the non-array with the array version, and then of course do a make array on all of those, and depending on which mode you're looking at, there are a lot of them, like all of these. So every single instance of this I've had to go through and update them, and there's probably 50, 60 if not more, so there's always a chance that I might have missed one or fumbled one somewhere, so I might just have to pick through that just to be sure. And of course, with the code that matches a star system to the exploration data, because that means looping through what will be an ever-growing array. So this is the macro I wrote for it. So what we're doing is we're taking our explored locations array. This is held on game state and it's passed around via a broadcast every time it gets updated. So what we're doing is we're looping through this array and we're comparing the coordinates stored in the array to the coordinates of the system of interest, and that's what we're just passing into the macro. Now the more you explore, in fact every single star system you explore is another entry into this array. So if you survey 100 systems, there are now 100 rows in this array. And of course over the course of a particular game that could go up into the tens of thousands of systems. So every time you click on a system on the sensors, it needs to see whether or not this coordinate is contained within this array. And right now we're just looping the array until we find a match, and if we find a match we break the loop and output whichever one we found. It's probably a more efficient way of doing this, but whilst this array remains small, this is a fairly efficient operation. No, I've not tested it on scale, but I'm doing more than this on an array that has 30,000 entries, and that completes in less than a millisecond. So this, given that it's doing less, should be even more performant than that. Because ultimately, it'll unusually ever have to complete the entire array, unless the thing you're looking at was the last thing you explored, in which case it's going to be the last item in the array. Thank you, Alan, that's great. But yeah, so this is how we're matching where you are to what you have explored. Yeah, exactly. So what we don't want to happen, obviously, is this array to murder the game because you've diligently explored tens of thousands of star systems, and now there's an absolute boatload of data to sift through. But the game does have to store that somewhere. Obviously, this is written to the save file, so the save struct has this array in it. So every time the game is saved, it saves this array, obviously for future sessions. Yeah, I mean, item count is an ongoing problem, and it's going to be a problem in many different areas. Rendering out the sector data, when you're talking 8 to 10,000 stars per sector, and you're generating 27 sectors at once, you're talking 20 to 30,000 stars worth of data in a single array. We are generating tons and tons of data within the back end of the game, and the trick with that and the challenge is to make sure that data is only ever generated once and only accessed the barest of minimum times possible. And certainly, like with this, don't put this in something that's replicated all the time. So we have our sensors data, and I very purposefully not put this inside of the sensors data, because it means every time you do anything on the sensors, it will have to replicate and transfer this array across any joined clients. And if you've got 10, 20,000 star systems that you've explored, that's going across the network continuously. So there are loads and loads of challenges like that we have, well, loads of gotchas that we have to avoid, essentially. Yeah, we do have an SQLite plugin that does a decent job in reading all of the real world stellar data. It's a bit of a mouthful. The SQL file is 18.7 million rows, and we can search 18.7 million rows in about 20 milliseconds, and that's rapid. So yeah, I think long term, being able to write this to a SQLite database file was probably the most efficient way of doing it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a soft spot for SQL because I was a PHP dev in a former life, and of course that was the go-to database tool. But we'll get there. And because we're building all these systems iteratively, and I'm constantly going back and optimizing, once this is working and once everything's good and reliable, at some point down the line, if it starts to become a problem, then we'll look back and we'll optimize further. And I say basically what we're doing is we're constantly looking at the bottlenecks. So when we build a selection of new systems and the game might start bogging down a little bit, we'll take a step back and we'll think, right, okay, so we'll do our traces, and we'll look at the CPU ticks and the GPU and find out what actually is causing the problem, and then we'll go back and cherry pick those particular issues. Yes, Tycro, I did. To be honest, it was pretty much the issue we had originally, where hang on, let me find it a minute. So when we're setting the root location for where the hollow does, where that system is positioned in the subsector space, so that's the 1 light year cube, the issue was an inverse z-axis. So essentially it was upside down, but not upside down in the sense that you could rotate it, because then of course you mess up the other axes. So simply by inverting the z-axis was enough to fix the problem. And then of course every other reference to that, every other location that we scaled had to be the inverse of what we were doing here. And that was the right combination of it inverting numbers to get the result we wanted. And it turns out that the ship was the thing that was correct. So when we were actually rotating the ship for it here, so when we were doing all of this, which is now no longer needed, that was muddying the waters, and that was creating an additional problem that didn't need to be there. So simply treating the raw world rotation of the ship as ground truth essentially gave us the base vector to work from, and that fixed the issue. which is a really long-winded way of saying I made it more complicated than it needed to be. Distance to stars, Jamo, that's calculated once per light year, so it's not a timed event. It depends on the ship position, so we don't need to recalculate how far a star is until you've moved at least 1 light year. So when you pass beyond that subsect boundary into the next whole light year cube, it then runs the calculation. You'll notice, more particularly in the demo, because in the dev build it's now been converted to a C++ function, so it's no longer doing it in blueprints. But in the demo build, where it's still using blueprints, you'll find that if you're flying along in a straight line at maximum warp, you'll find every light year there's a slight hitch, and that slight hitch is it measuring the distance to all the different stars that it currently has in its array. In the dev build, there shouldn't be a noticeable hitch now. It's doing most things a lot more efficiently. And of course, converting it to C++ is the thing that helped the most, I think, there. No, it's definitely not on tick. In fact, very little has anything happening on tick. Most of the things in the game are event driven. In fact, the only things that are happening on tick are anything to do with the character. Like the animation blueprint, dealing with pathing, that sort of thing. Everything else is event driven, or if it is doing something that would typically be a tick, it's a timed function instead, so it's just a function running on a timer. I suppose case in point, where are we? So you'll see here we're running an optimization timer, so this will run once a second, and all that's doing, it's measuring the distance between the widget blueprints and the player's camera, and then it's adjusting the redraw rate of that widget based on how far away the player is. So the further the player gets away from the widget, the less and less it ticks, and then it kind of caps out 1 update per second. So there's lots of stuff like this going on in the background, which keeps everything nice and performant. I think doing optimization is definitely my happy place. I love just optimizing systems until they can't possibly work any more efficiently than they do. I was really into the old Amiga demo scene. I don't know if anyone remembers Amiga demos back in the 90s, but the things that those demo creators could fit on a floppy disk were just insane. You would have graphical demos running, which by modern standards, are non-impressive. But back in the Amiga days, it was graphics which you never thought the Amiga was capable of, all running off of a floppy disk. And the only way that was ever possible was insane amounts of optimization. And it's a shame that in the modern world, with the modern tools we have and the excess of hardware that we have available to us, coding has got sloppy. Optimization is not the big deal that it used to be back in the day. So I'm very much of the old school there, where I focus on optimization as much as possible. Or at least in this case, at least making it work would help. Yeah, there's been an argument surrounding nanite in that regard. And I think there's also a bit of a misunderstanding there in terms of what nanite is designed for, because I love nanite. I think it's been an absolute godsend, because it means that I no longer have to spend development time really optimizing the 3D models and making really good detail meshes and things, and handling imposters and just doing all the optimization work you generally have to do with meshes. Nanite removes the need to do any of that. So yes, nanite is an overkill solution which has its own cost associated with it, and it does create lazy modeling, but at the same time the optimization is in terms of how much you can get done and how quickly you can do it. So it really streamlines workflows, which for a small team is just, is priceless to a small team, and to be able to get so much more done more quickly. So that's an example in the modern world where something bloaty like nanite is actually really good at optimizing just how you make stuff. On that happy note, let's see if we can work out this issue. So let's go back to the beginning here and figure out exactly what's going on with it. So when we click a star system on the long range sensors, we fire this event, and what that does is that goes to a blueprint function that's running on game state, and that just generates our sector location details. And then what we do is we then take that sector location, i.e. that star system, and we compare that against our existing exploration data. Now, I wonder whether or not when we scan a system and that exploration data is updated, that's happening after we're actually checking to see whether this particular star system is in the list. That could explain why it's behaving the way it is. But I do also need to make sure that we actually are storing the right data in the right place. So this is something we have selected from the sensors, which means it definitely needs to go in the selected location knowledge. Whereas, by contrast, when the ship enters a new star system, this event is fired and the details of that star system are passed through. And then we do the same thing. We compare that against our list of explored locations, and then we update our current location knowledge. So it's definitely updating the correct variable in each instance. So it can't be that. We know this is working, so it's not an issue with the macro because this is doing exactly what it needs to do. I'm just concerned that this variable is not being updated quickly enough. So we're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I suppose the easiest way to check that is to see exactly what it's storing when we click on it. And similarly, on the holo display, let's just get rid of some of these unneeded tabs. Okay, so whenever the sensor's data variable is updated, this function is fired. Obviously, if the holo display is off, it doesn't do anything. Otherwise, we check the data to see which particular mode we're working with. And then if we're on the long range, it's always going to use the selected location knowledge because we're looking at a distant system that we're not in. Just thinking that's a good point, because if we're looking on the long range sensors for a system that we're already in, we need to make sure that it's definitely generating the right data, which it should do, because it is still following through from here, so that should be okay. And then we're definitely using the current location for the medium range sensors, which of course is where we currently are, which we are informing the function of there. Doing a full refresh in both instances, so it's definitely clearing the orrery map and redrawing it. Let's just make sure that we've got the right vector there for the coordinates. So where are we right now? So we're in Epsilon Eridani. We've got level 1 exploration knowledge. That's broke. So we'll have a look at that in a sec. So it's definitely reading the right data there. And in this particular instance, each one of these list entry items is checking its data itself. So this isn't being fed information, this is actually checking it individually, which it has to do because each one of these represents a different star system. So we can't check that beforehand. It has to be done at render time. And the beauty of using list items is that that doesn't happen until you scroll. So as you scroll down, every time one appears, it's rerunning that check. So it does it on scroll and it does it on click. But of course we need to do it on scroll because it needs to update this percentage here. Every time we click one of these, it should be generating the exploration data and storing that within the sensor's data file. But let's just do a bit of output spam on that just to make sure that it is. I'm confident that it is, but let's just capture that in a debug just to be sure. So that one there, pop that in there. Let's make this one purple. Hey Delta. Yeah, definitely Firstus. I think it's basically we've got two booleans for long range and medium range. If those have been performed, then obviously they report true. It might be that it's checking against the wrong one, but I shall have a look in a sec. Right, so every time I click one of these, we should get some purple spam up there. So that one's saying true false, which is correct because it's 10%. This one should say true true, which it does, true true, and then true false, which it does. That's true to the long range, false to the medium range, and all of these should be false false because both of them have not been done. Right. Okay. So all of these are correct and as they should be. So we know that at this point the data is sound. So when we click View Detail, and it's worth pointing out that when we click this, that is being stored within the sensor's data. So when we click View Detail, that's what we should have access to. So we click that, and that comes up with what we've done, which is what it came up there in blue. So that one is true false, minus 560. That one is true false, minus 560. So they match. That one should be true true. That says true true. So they match. Again, that should be true false. That says true false. So they match. And that should be false false and false false. Great, so we know that it's correct when you click on it, which means it's doing, this is the raw output from the array search, so we know that that's completing successfully. And we know that when we do View Detail, it is pulling that information out correctly on the list. I have a slight concern that it's not doing that every time. And this is one of the issues we've had with it, is that every now and then it kind of throws you a curveball and just gives you a different value. But that seems solid enough. So we should be showing 10% on our medium range, which we are. Now the interesting thing here is that on the sensors we are showing names for the planets, and on the orrery map we're showing unknown. And that means that the data that we have access to here isn't transferring across to here. Hey Archer, did I ignore you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. So the interesting thing with this is that the data we have on medium range is generated and stored when we arrive within that location. So when we arrive within the star system, we do our check and store it. Now, that should be available to the holo display, because it's literally reading the same data that's displayed here. They update at the same time. Yeah, that's definitely something we can look at, CSI. Yeah, we've got the means to read and write to SQL databases, so well, I say we've got the means to read. I haven't looked at the writing to them side of things, but there should be one additional step. I mean, if you can read it and you can run queries, then you should be able to write to it as well. Yeah, if we can hold that in memory whilst the game is running a session, and then we can be writing that to the save file as and when it's updated. Yeah, I'll have a think about that. A lot of this needs to change to SQLite, like the star systems themselves, like having the tree structure here. So in the data on the back end, there is no association between these two objects. We only know that this is the star because it's item 0 in the array, and the star is always item 0. It's the first index in the array, and anything after 0 is obviously bodies orbiting it. But there's no direct reference between the two, and in order to add moons and multi-star systems, we need to start building a database structure that basically handles that, so that in the data we know that these gas giants are children of this star, and that star is a child of whatever barycenter it's a child of, which means there may be another star with its own planets. So there needs to be an ID relationship between these objects so that we can manage that parent and child structure on the tree. But that's something I'm looking at for the next patch. That's where we get those data structures properly defined, and then we can store things in SQL in a lot more detail. For now, we just need to trace why that isn't updating, and why it does update if you do that. Which is interesting. So why does it update if you use the long range sensors and then flick to the medium range? Interesting. See, my first thought would be that it's not doing the full refresh, but we're definitely resetting this. And what this does is it actually it deletes all of the text labels. So every time we create a text label, we're adding it to an array, and then when we run the reset function, find that array here, we're destroying those components, which means that when we reset the holo display, there should be no lingering labels with a different name hanging around. So it's definitely not that, which means it's being definitely recreated with the wrong name. Oh, hang on. Well, look at that. Yeah, so if current location is true, we should be using this one. You know what? This might very well have just fixed it. I knew they'd be transposed somewhere. Hey Leosh, good to see you, and have a good one. Right, that's better. Yeah, definitely. Oh, it was definitely going to be my fault somewhere. I mean, it usually is. Right, I just want to make sure that this behaves consistently each time. So let's cheat our way over to that star. Okay, so according to our long-range sensors, we are in a completely unknown system. That says unknown, and that should also say unknown, and they should say unknown, which they do. Everything is unknown. So when I do the survey, when these update to show the correct name, so should this. So let's see whether it actually does or not. No. Okay, so and I know why. I know why. It's because we are only checking for that data when we enter that system. Right, so yeah, so we're setting it here. So ship has entered a new system, check the exploration data, bosh, set that there. We also need to do that when we've completed a survey. Which one was that? I need to follow that daisy chain through a minute. Medium range, there's our button. I'll actually, while we're dealing with this button, I shall fix the other issue as well. Okay, so that comes through to here, blah 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 blah. Right, okay, so we're generating the data here. Medium range scan, that would be you. So of course this triggers the scan action. But we don't want to do the check yet. We want to do that when it's refreshed. So ideally we need to do that when the scan's complete. So we've got another sort of chicken and egg issue here, because what we don't want to do is do any setting of this variable from the actual widget itself, because the widget should be output only and only handle button presses as an input. It shouldn't be running any code, it shouldn't be doing anything that's storing any data in any way. Everything it does should be fed to it from the parent blueprint, which handles the replication, i.e. this variable. So when we do our scan, and if we just follow that daisy chain through, so go down to our action messages, initiate scan, handles the widget switcher pages, get rid of some of those pins, does the little countdown. And when it's complete. Right, okay, so we are firing a completion message. That makes life easier. So just a standard button. No, we're passing it through as a vector. Right, so that would be this one then. Right, okay, yeah, that makes life easier because it means that where we are setting, where is it? There. So where we're running this macro to set the exploration data, we can do that here as well. Which it actually is doing already using the old method. So basically, that's a little bit redundant. Pretty sure none of that's relevant anymore because I've basically stuck all that in a macro now. Although this macro is driven by sector location. Are we only using that for a vector? We are. I suppose it would make more sense to just use a vector as an input instead, and then just break that as needed, and we can use the same macro across the board. So if we whack that in there, get rid of that, get rid of that. That will make this macro a little bit more generic. This is going to break a bunch of stuff, as it always does, but not here. So here we're good, and then we just need to. So we need to update. Oh, hang on, because we're actually updating that one, aren't we? So, in actual fact, I'm talking nonsense. We do need to use this. So we need to do the update check to update the actual array where we store our explored locations, and then we need to do the check against this. Could use this. No, it'd be cleaner if I do it this way. Yeah, so we'll just re-grab that check, and then we just need to update sensors data. And the whole reason we're doing all of this is to make sure that the sensors have the absolute latest version of the data. So this is our medium range, so that's the current sector location details. That goes in that one. Current knowledge, that goes in there. And then we also need our action message. suppose it's probably worth driving a full refresh from this one, so we will do a refresh basic. Basically refreshes the whole thing. So upon completing our survey, we update this variable here, and we then pass that out. I'm just wondering, actually, because this is a rep notify, I'm wondering whether we do it from here. Yeah, now see, this is basically the, I guess, like the final fix on the sensors UI. So we've got the main functionality is now in place, but before we can say job done, everything needs to be working consistently and properly the way we need it to. So yes, we're bug fixing, but then bug fixing is part of creating a new bit of code, because it's a very rare day when you write a new piece of software and it works first time without any bugs. In fact, that probably never happens. See, part of me is tempted to use this rep notify in order to handle the update, rather than doing it from here. Because when we update this variable here, obviously this rep notify fires, and we can just piggyback the update into this, which means obviously there's two different things that need updating. So there's that one and that one. We don't want to break the data that's already there. So we're better off. Yeah, we will do this. Yeah, this does make more sense. So we'll get rid of that. We'll keep this as our vector. Do we even need to be honest? No, I think actually. No, we can't do that for the simple reason is that we don't have this vector available here. Because we need to know what vector we're comparing against, which we only really have at this point. So it does need to happen here. This also allows us to update this To be fair, if we're doing this, then we don't even need to do this. This is kind of redundant because regardless of the mode we're using, we're going to be doing an update there, a more forceful update, which renders that redundant. So if we just lose that for a minute. Yeah, so we're just going to force that here. And then what we need to do is the same. Get back to the event graph. The same thing needs to happen on the long range. So same deal, we go through and we update all of that gubbins there. Get rid of that. Pop that in there. Take our vector. That one would be selected knowledge. Put that in there. Try and remember what the message was for this one. I suppose actually we need to use this one because does that do the that does the system location, so do need to do that one. That should force the recheck against the expiration data. That's not needed. That's done that there. That's not needed anymore. That simplifies that. Okay. So now we've got a couple of bugs to fix here. Obviously that is now expecting a vector, which is simple enough because we can just break the vector out of that struct. It's funny, when I click hide unconnected pins, the CPU fans go crazy. I'm not quite sure why it's taking so long to do that. Right, let's refresh that one. Problem solved. I've got the right bit of data there. And then the same here, we just need to break the vector out of that one. Click that, overheat the CPU a bit. Right, so that should be everything working. Before I test that, let's just have a quick look at this this button here. So grab our references to that. Yes, Scotty, this is the new system. So me clicking that button was literally overheating a 9950X. So, God knows what's going on in the background. Okay, so we're actually referencing older data here. Yeah, so the decision we're making to enable that button or not, it's just a blanket match, just, you know, does an entry for this item exist? It's not actually checking to see what level of exploration data we have. And furthermore, this was done before I moved that into the sensors data. So all we need to do is on the medium range, so we'll get our current sector location knowledge, and then we'll break that. And all we want from there is medium range. Which means all of that is redundant. None of that's needed. It can all go away. Oh, that makes sense, Alexander, yeah. We are polishing up some of the new stuff on the sensors tonight. Right, so now what we're doing, now that we have this data already populated, we're on the medium range, so we're doing our current location. We should have pre-populated that data. If medium range is ticked, survey is complete. If it's not, then the initiate survey button should be active. So we should have fixed two problems there. Let's give it a whirl and see. We've already explored this system, but let's just make sure that everything is as it should be. So yeah, we're seeing names there, we're seeing names there, and on here we're seeing names there and names there. And that, of course, is correctly disabled. Right, so if we go to a system we haven't yet explored, i.e., let's go to Tau Ceti. Just whiz our way over to the way. Before I do that, to make sure. So, oh, that's all the props like falling to the ground. Like there's props all over the ship, and of course, because the rest of the ship's not there on the test map, all of the props just like fall to the ground. So, just checking before we go there, it definitely says unknown there, which it does. Definitely says unknown down here, and definitely has no data available to it there. So, this is a blank slate. Okay, so if we now navigate our way to that blank slate. so. Wow, that's a bright star. So just checking that it still says unknown, still unknown, still says unknown up there. We are still unknown. On the medium range, we are still unknown. Planets are unknown. Let's focus on one of those particular planets and zoom in a bit. Let's reveal a few. Right, so we've got a bunch of unknown planets, and we can currently initiate a survey. Right, before I test that updating, let's just see whether we fixed Firstus's bug. So the bug was, if we do a survey on the long range, it doesn't allow you to do it on the medium range. So let's do our long range survey first. The unknown wording up on the holo display should change when this completes, which it does not. Okay. So basically what's happening there is this is refreshing before that data has been processed. Okay, so we might need to delay that. Now on the medium range, refresh these a bit so we get our data. So right, so there we go. So it's by clicking through things, it's basically forced it to update the data. So we now have level 1 knowledge of Tau Ceti across the board, and we should have that on the medium range, and it allows us to do the survey. So that bug is fixed. Now the bigger concern here is, and I suppose what has been caused here, is that we have done our long range scan. We've got the data, the exploration data there, but all we've updated is the selected knowledge variable. We haven't updated the current system knowledge variable. So we need to make sure that, and this is going to require some kind of comparison. Like if the long range scan has taken place at the system we are in, and to be fair, there's no reason that you should be doing this because that's something you would have already done from a distance. So this is a really unlikely scenario that we're testing here, but it is a bug, so it does need fixing. If it is the system you're in, it needs to make sure it forces a medium range knowledge update. In any other scenario, that wouldn't have been a problem. It's only because we're already here. So that means that it doesn't know that we've done this. However, yes, Firstus, yeah, we spotted that one earlier as well. I'll fix that as part of the stream as I go through things. Hopefully, by the end of this stream, we should have all these niggly little problems polished off. Right, so if I now do the medium range survey, when the survey completes, it should update the exploration data and force an update of all of this. So these should suddenly have names, and these should suddenly have names. So let's give that a whirl. No. Now, if we leave the system and come back, I'm pretty sure that that would be populated. No, all good, all good. I rely on you guys to point things out that I miss. Okay, so what isn't happening here is when we come through and run these bits of code here. So let's do this one because it's an easier one to test. We go blah de blah de blah. We update the exploration data, telling it specifically to tick the long range button, and only the long range button, unless there's no entry, in which case it will add an entry. And then we take that same vector, generate our exploration data, we add that to our sensors data, which of course is broadcast, and with that having been done, we then refresh our list items. So unless this is finding nothing, that should work. Okay, so that means we need another bit of spam. Let's take a copy of this so we don't have to keep remaking it. Let's stop them from spamming quite so much. I'm going to just make a note of our source coordinates, just to make sure that we are actually comparing the correct two vectors together. Okay, so this is correctly unexplored. Now when we do our survey, it should flash up yellow showing true false. True false. It's comparing the same two vectors and we're getting the correct data. Okay, so that tells us then that at this point the data is correct. So we know that we're updating the sensor data with the correct information. Okay. So let's follow that through to its conclusion then. Get rid of all the tabs as usual. So the sensors have been updated, and we know that to be true because that happens here somewhere. Oh no, of course we're doing it. I'm just going to double check this just to make sure it is happening the way it should. So yes, so we are running that event directly on the widget as soon as that rep notify fires. So that's running this event right here. We then update our live sensors data with what we've just done. We're on the long range mode, so come through here. It will go through and set up all the various different display items before it finally reaches this, where we will run this action message. It goes into here, and we'll refresh whatever's on our page accordingly. Hey, Simply Don't Roll. Tonight we are going through the sensors and we are polishing off all of the tiny, annoying little bugs, which are basically just the last little things that need fixing before we can consider the long range and probably even the medium range modes feature complete. Yeah, Sam, as Firstus just said, I've not done any modelling work or interior design work for the last couple of weeks because we've been working purely on getting the sensors finished and polished. Yeah, exactly, the fiddly bits. It's funny, you know, I have this long-running joke with Claire about her ability to remember things. Just before I came on stream, I said, I'm just going to pop the kettle on. Would you like a cup of coffee? And she said, yeah, I'd love a cup of coffee, thanks. She said, don't worry, I'll make it. So I said, oh, okay then. So I put the coffee in the cup and I put a tea bag in my cup and I boiled the kettle. And as I walked past, I said, it's all right. All you need to do is put the water in it now. And that was an hour and a half ago. Mind like a sieve. I can see what's happening here actually. So we're running that, which basically forces this to update. Are we doing our exploration check? We're not, are we? Selected state, image color. Yeah, that's right, CSI, yeah. She also hasn't responded, so she must not be paying attention. That means I can get away with saying anything I want. Thanks, Salem. We actually do already have a composer, but if you want to drop Claire a message with a portfolio, we'd definitely love to have a look. Ah, she has awoken. So I think what we're missing here is we're not doing that. This is interesting actually, because obviously this this particular list item is for drawing planets, and the first two knowledge levels are essentially the whole system. But when it gets to the individual per planet knowledge level for the short range scan, we are going to have to do some wrangling in here to identify, or rather to marry this up to its exploration entry. Okay, so it should be easy enough just to update that then. All we need to do here is grab our this one's the long range, so we need our selected location knowledge. Okay. And then we need to set exploration state. Pop that in there. Right, that should take care of that for long range sensors. We're going to have to do the same for the medium range as well. See, that's interesting. We are actually already typing through the current location knowledge. The confusing thing about this is when we do our long range, sorry, not long range, our medium range survey data here, the action message we're firing is this one, which corresponds to this one here. So that's basically that. And we are already giving it the exploration data. So we're clearing the list items and repopulating it with that. And we're definitely clearing that here. So that technically should already be working. Let's give it a quick look on the long range. If you hop onto our Discord, Salem, there should be a link in the description, and then message Claire on there. You should see her at the top of the list on the server. Ah, perfect. Right, so it says unknown up there, and it says unknown here. Let's see whether or not that now updates when it completes. No. Okay. But if we go back, it has updated, and then forward, we have our data. So it's definitely storing the data, it's just not accessing it quickly enough. Okay, so we know it's definitely correct at this point. Hey BC5, all good. We're trying to work out where our scan data's going. So the point of confusion at this precise moment in time is that we are definitely updating our exploration data here. And then we're doing our check to see whether our current system matches. And then we're passing that through to the sensor data with our knowledge level. But when we do the update on the UI, it doesn't have the same picture. This macro is not needed anymore either. Can be replaced with a simple branch. So all we need is our selected location. No, that one. All we need to know is whether or not the long range mode has been completed. If it has, we do that. If it hasn't, we do that. That simplifies that. Needed. Actually a good point. So does the button disable separately from the list items updating? I mean as in within the code structure. So when we scan a star system, we are recording the fact that that scan has taken place, and that's then stored in an array. That array should then be reread when listing planets, and obviously they should no longer say unknown once you've performed the scan. So when this completes, this button should remain grayed out. We'll see whether it does. No, it does not. So that means that when we are refreshing the sensors after having completed the scan, this is not being updated properly. So let's grab a copy of that. I'm sure there are plenty of games out there that are as complicated in various different ways. Alliance Space Guard springs to mind. That's ridiculously complicated. In a good way. Right, if I hook that back up again, and we'll see whether or not what we have here matches what's happening on here. So this and this should be the same, because the moment we update the... Oh, hang on a minute. I've just realised what's not happening here. Hang on, ignore everything I just said. We're not setting the variable. So of course we're setting the local data, which is fine, but we're not then setting it. We're setting a copy of it. So that'll be why it's not working. Same here as well. It's always the little things that catch you out, isn't it? Right. Here we go. Look, it's the last one we've got that we haven't scanned. So same again, this currently says unknown up there, and these all say unknown here. When it completes, all of these should have a name, that should be grayed out, and that should no longer say unknown. Oh, almost. That's so very close. Right, so the name updated there correctly, perfect. That is grayed out, needs widening, but it's grayed out, perfect. The list items did not update. You can be sure that if I do that, they will. Yep. Okay, so that's fixed 2 of the issues. When it comes to the medium range, hopefully that one is now working. So if we go find unexplored system, let's give that a whirl. Okay. So we've got some unknown planets, a bunch of unknown planets there. So same again, after the survey completes, this button should stay grayed out. These should have knowledge level 2 associated with them, and these up here should have names. So let's see. Perfect. Okay, so yes on all counts there. It's nice to see that come together, actually. Let's go do another one just to make sure it's not a fluke. Oh, look at this diddy little system. Okay, so same again. That should update, they should update, and that should stay grayed out. Perfect. Okay, well that means that the medium range sensors are definitely doing exactly what they need to do. The Claire survived with a cup of tea.
Yay.
Thank you. It was so lovely of you to offer.
You're welcome. Hey everyone. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still alive.
Yeah, she's got the sniffles. Okey-dokes. See, that's what she gets for going away on a day trip. She came back with disease. Yeah, exactly. I shall tuck her into bed after the stream. Make sure she's all comfortable. Sure, Firstus. So... Alright, so we do this one then. So Ross 47. We will do a long range scan. That updated, they did not. So that's just something to fix. So this did update, so that's good. Right, so if we go to that system then, or to that planet specifically. Hang on, didn't actually move. Hello. Well, that was interesting. Okay, that's another bug to add to the list. The medium range did not update upon entering a new system. But yes, the survey button is available. So I would say that bug is also fixed. All of the objects in this system are teeny tiny. I notice, however, that the ship marker is not there. Why has that gone away? Definitely there. You're welcome, Sversus. That does sound extreme though. Dude, where's my starship? Ah, I see. Ah, sorry about that. everything looks normal there. Just realised I'm probably doing myself a disservice here. So where's our selected? Selected knowledge there, current knowledge there. Rather than reading that based on a Boolean, I may as well just give it that in the first place. So it's explored locations structure, so that get rid of that, pop that on there. Rename that. I pop that in there like that, and stick that in there like that. That's better. Then we're sort of removing an unnecessary step then. And deleting more nodes. And deleting nodes is my favourite pastime. Still doesn't explain, however, why our ship has vanished. So we're definitely making it visible. Oh, wait. Let's see what's happening. We're making it visible. Then we're resetting it to make it not visible. If I pop that afterwards, that will solve that. Yeah, definitely. So, you know, all of this fiddly little stuff that we're doing at the moment is, you know, paving the way to getting to the point where we can start actually generating some of that short-range data. We just need to make sure that all these sensor modes are just feature complete and working smoothly. There it is, found it. So the cool thing with this, which I thought was pretty awesome, if we go target aligned, why is that colour? Always something, isn't there? We zoom right in on Cross 47. Now, if we fly over to there, you will see the ship right up next to it, which is particularly cool. Not sure why it's flickering. There we are. So the relative distance between our ship and the sphere of that star is the same. So if we, obviously the ship is massively overscaled, but the location of us versus the distance to the star is the same as it is on here, which is particularly cool. It looks even more cool if you look at a bigger star. So if we go to, say, Sirius, so Sirius looks the same size out the window, but that's because we are relatively the same distance away versus its radius. Because if we now look at this display, with a much bigger star, and we zoom out a bit, you can see that that's where we are relative to the star. So if we go and fly a bit closer, speed us up a bit. Right, there we go. Focus on the ship. Now you should see the, yeah, there it is, it's coming into view. There's a few glitches there to sort out, but you should start to see the star. This should look quite cool when we've got the planets on there. So you'll actually see the ship orbiting against the curvature of the planet. Let's get a bit closer. It's really great up against it. To be honest, I think that needs to be scaled even more. I thought that was particularly cool. Ah, I've just remembered something. Maybe. No, I think that is right, actually. Yeah, because the radius of stars in the data is stored as a multiple of the sun. So Sirius is like 2 point something as a multiple of the sun, whereas all the planets are stored with actual kilometers as their radius. That's probably messing with the data. So this is where we're drawing the ball. That's it, actually. That should be in kilometers. The distances shown are to the center of the object. In other places, it does actually work out the radius and deducts the radius to your distance value. So in that instance, it is to the actual surface. Before I do that, we'll just double check. Okay, now we are definitely storing it as kilometers when it's the large system object data type. So no, that is correct as it is. Which then begs the question. Do we need to be doing that? I'll leave that for now. It's a non-important issue. I think the size of the ball on the orrery map is perhaps half the size it should be. So when we're parked right up against the surface of a planet, obviously that should align with the little mini ship. Actually, on that note, let's let me just try something. Just flying the ship into a star, nothing unusual about that. That's close enough, I reckon. Yeah, I would say, looking at this, that's exactly 50%. So let's count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that should have saved already. So I think that should be 50 there, not 100. Very light. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Great. So it now correctly shows, obviously, that we are essentially touching that. So when we're looking at the planet in all of its detail on the sensors, we will see the ship like appropriately in its orbital height next to the planet. To make sure the labels update accordingly as well. That should also mean, therefore, that the planets should be a more reasonable size. That's good, because you can see all their relative sizes relative to one another, which is kind of cool. The surface map does not work on stars currently, but it will. And the only reason it doesn't is because I haven't added the star texture to the pool of textures yet. Yeah, the environmental control station that will go here will have polarization on it, and I think, yeah, having it on the helm is possibly a good idea too. So all we need to do there might do us. These numbers will need tweaking. That's just like a final polish thing, just to make sure that the labels adhere to the size of the ball. Yeah, it's a fair point you bring up there, Dropping Genie. We don't want one guy turning it off and another guy turning it back on, and then you've got this ping pong fight with the lights. That's almost nailed it, actually. Maybe just a little bit more height above the sphere, and I think that'll be done. Let's give it maybe 1.1. So happy to call that done. The other minor issue we have with this is that when we're drawing the circular spline, we are not aligning those spline points with the location of the planet exactly. So when it's drawing the spline mesh to create the orbit lines, you get the kind of the jaggedy edge not aligning with the planet ball. Why am I doing this? See, I've already calculated that data here. I'll have a think about what I'm doing with this. I mean, that should be placing this vector in local space at the exact point the planet is, which means that the spline point is also equal to that. And then we're just generating an array of those in a circle. What if we double that? Does that make that line closer? Again, this is just silly final polish stuff at this point. the orbit lines. That gas giant. See that they're slightly off of the planet, and generally speaking, that's because, well, you can see it from the side. You've got these obviously jaggedy edges because the spline mesh that I'm using to draw the lines is clearly not high poly enough. So if you were to rotate these points around, they would obviously align with the planet. That jagged edge there should be equal to the location of the planet, so it's definitely some misalignment going on there. This is an interesting system. What's... Oh. Yeah, I see what's happened there. It's drawing the spline like twice in a circle. It's creating some crazy orbits. Yeah, perhaps we won't do that 18 times. Yeah, Jamo, I'm going to add some detail layers to the holo display over time, and I think having little different little icons to represent different things, and also putting in some of the color cues that you mentioned, we'll have a look at that. Obviously, the complication with that is it needs to fit into the customized color scheme. Obviously, different players are going to have different color schemes for their UIs, so most of the things we add have to be fairly generically colored to fit into any chosen color scheme. But yeah, we'll look into that. Yeah, the holo display is going to have its own controls. So on here you've got the zoom in and out control for the holo display, and I think as a matter of course, what I'm going to do across the board is have the controls for the display be independent from what's happening on the console. Obviously, the selected mode and that sort of thing needs to be reflected on the holo display, but if you want to zoom into an object of interest, we'll add some like a floaty control panel here that's part of the display. In the next patch cycle, we'll be working on the bridge NPCs and being able to issue commands using the holo display. So I'll probably do that then and start giving us some controls here, and you'll be able to do things like rotate, zoom, scroll, that sort of thing. Have a good one, Tycro. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, that's like the royal we. So we'll look at it as a community. Right, so the last thing that wasn't working then was the long-range sensors not updating upon completion of a scan. So let's figure that out. We know that one's working. So I think we were doing refresh visible, weren't we? Sure, Delta. Shall I just like delete all the code I've done and just completely begin again? Now I would do, but the spore drive command is not staying. That's just a debug tool that I put in for a laugh. Yeah, enjoy the spore drive while you can, because that won't be a permanent thing. Yeah, we do actually have console commands. In fact, the entire Unreal Engine console is available in the game. It should still be working. Hang on, let's just double check. You know what? I'm going to move the ship. So obviously, / spore drive teleports the ship in the dev version. But other things you can do. So if I was to do / console, which you can't see because the button's over it, and then stat FPS, you can see that the FPS pops up. I really do get terrible FPS in the engine. I don't know why it's saying ship-wide all the time now. Yeah, so / console basically gives you access to the whole Unreal Engine console, even in the demo build. But because it's on a shipping profile, not a lot of the standard Unreal Engine commands work. Like here, I can do stat units to bring up the unit timers. Or I can do things like stat. Type console first. No. / console space stat space GPU. I can bring up things like the GPU stats. Now that works within the game in the debug build, but not on a shipping build. So all of these really useful debug commands are stripped out when you do a shipping build of the game, which is a shame because I would have no problem with players having access to this. But it's built into the engine, so I can't override that when I package the game, which is a shame. Yes, Anasi, in GM mode, you will be able to teleport the ship. There'll be a little GM toolbox that you can do that with. But what will work in the console is any of the graphical console commands. So anything that affects things like shadow quality, reflection quality, anti-aliasing, all the stuff which is part of the render pipeline, all of that should still be available as a console command. So if you want to tweak the graphics of the game, you can totally do that using / console. So we need a system that we haven't scanned. Let's just double check that a minute. Okay, yeah, so holo display updates, button updates, list items do not. Right, so then how do we fix that? So we're sending that action message, which corresponds to that, which takes us through to here. Okay, we are setting exploration data. Forcing a refresh. So why does it not have access to that? Let's just make sure that this is firing properly. And we'll also grab some of this and see whether or not we're actually reporting the right data. Interesting. So all of those popped up with true and false, which means that data was there. So this is reporting the correct data. Oh wait, hang on a minute. I just realised that that is only actually just updating the select state. We want to do more than that. We want to update everything. I think we've cracked it. Let's just test one to be sure. So long range, something we've not scanned yet. Details. That is unknown system, unknown planets. Do our survey. Ah, perfect. Okay, so that's definitely working exactly as we want it to. It's updating there as well. Thanks, CSI, I'll take it. Another thing I want to check is to make sure that the highlight is removed. So we've selected the object, initiate the survey. Obviously no target is now selected. And it's not highlighted. Great. Okay, that's good then. Just check that if we go across there and go back to there, which is good. Click that. It's not highlighted. Good. These are all the little fiddly bits now, just these tiny little interface glitches. Yeah. All the little things that take the longest. So my to-do list for this, actually, I have a to-do list I've been writing on Notepad. Right, so this was my to-do list. So long-range overview needs to display some data, still not done. Still need to format that. Still need to, that's half done. And that needs doing. That is now working. And we do need to add the sensor target. Okay, so typically all the things we've just fixed were not on my list. It's usually the way it goes. Right, let's fix this next. Yes, first, I should be able to get around to that. In fact, why don't I do that first, then we can guarantee that it's done. To be honest, Anasi, no, I think we are practically there. Yeah, let me just have a quick look. So on here we've got obviously all of our data points. So when it comes to adding the data from the short range sensors, really you're talking about the atmosphere data and the surface data. The surface data is going to be the one that has descriptions about flora and fauna that might be discovered on the surface. So that's going to be the last box in the list and probably the biggest. In terms of displaying that data, it's literally just a case of adding more data points onto the boxes that are already there. So I don't think we have any major UI work to do with that. We're just expanding the boxes and adding more to them. The only thing that I'm not overly keen on with this is obviously we've used a lot of screen real estate for the main listing, and it's all nice and big and bold and easy to see, and yet the meat of the information is in a relatively smaller box, and it's all squished up into these little sub boxes. So what I might end up doing is have the information here in a summarized form, and then have the ability to pop that out into a much bigger screen, just as like another window essentially, with all of the data presented in a much cleaner way, with more room to breathe. Maybe with images and things as well. just like how we have like the surface map on here. Why is it doing that again? Oh, honestly, you fix one thing and it breaks again. But yeah, so like we've got the surface map as a pop-up window, it would be good to have these data points here also as a pop-up window, so we can really go to town on the amount of information that's displayed. Yeah, exactly. This is indeed the dark side of the planet, but the texture that's being generated is an emissive texture, so it shouldn't have a dark side. Like, there's no dark side on here, and this is the same texture that's being rendered, so that should not be there. It is Jamo, but not in a planned way. Yeah, to be honest, it's probably the case that might not actually be rendering emissive, which would explain why it's dark underneath. But I'll get to that anyway. Yeah, you're right. Having the day-night band across the map is something that happens naturally, and is also something we can generate artificially. So we can have that on there as an overlay. Yeah, it could be. It could be a mix-up of the textures. But yeah, so what we can do is we can render a second version of the texture that actually has the dark side coloured slightly differently. So rather than having it black like this, it's just darker. And then have that as a toggle on the side, so you can toggle the dark side on or off. It's definitely doable. But obviously the short range sensors are the last on my to-do list, and we'll start fleshing them out to the to the level of this once we get to it in the coming week. Yeah, something like that. Just tackling it one thing at a time. Do you mean this bit here, Firstus, for the long-range summary? Oh, okay, sure, yeah. Okay, thanks, Jim. Have a good one. Yeah, anything resembling console support, we won't be looking at until early access is done and dusted. A Steam Deck is probably the exception to that rule because it already works on Steam Deck. But yeah, anything like a console port, and Xbox is probably the first console we would approach because it's so similar to the Windows platform, but not until early access is out. Where were So the long range summary. Hang on a sec. Let's just take a step back and look at what's going where a minute. Damage will be added probably when we have sublight flight and the ability to collide with things. Then we can have a look at damage and repair. Because obviously we don't want to add damage until we also add the ability to fix that damage. The engineering bits, like the stairs not aligning and that sort of thing, I'll be working on that once the sensors are done. So I imagine the order things are going to go in is we'll get the presentation side of the sensors working, which is basically what we're doing now, the ability to display the data. Once that's all done and everything's feature complete, I'll probably take a break from coding, do the modeling work that needs doing on the interior of the ship, and then once that's done, we'll then go and actually populate all those data points and handle things like the atmospheric chemicals and surface conditions and that sort of thing. It's good to have a balance between doing the coding work and doing the modeling work. It shouldn't take long to fix engineering, to be honest. It's just a case of modeling a couple more staircases and then just removing some framework where it doesn't need to be. Yeah, regarding the short-range sensors, obviously we've got some blank space here which we need to fill up. So what I will probably do is, obviously there's a lot of different data layers that we want on here, and I'll probably include that here. So if you imagine a long list of different data points you can turn on and off. So things like the day-night cycle, surface structures, water versus land, maybe topographical map without the water, so it shows literally just the full height map. Or height map, that's another good one we can include. Might even be able to do, if you imagine a typical map that's got like the lines on it to define height, can't remember what you call it now. Yeah, mine's gone blank. But that sort of thing. But yeah, so we can have a long list of Google Earth style toggles that we can toggle on and off as different data overlays on the surface map. But obviously, we want as much map as possible on the screen. Contours, thank you, Andy. Yes, contour lines. So we can turn the height map into contour lines and have them as an overlay. Yeah, there's lots of stuff we can do with this, but we'll tackle that when we get to the short range sensors. For now, we need to fix this. I'm sure there will be. Right, so that's our overview one, and this one is that one. That's the one. That's the one we're struggling with right now. So let's go and find out where that's being updated to. Which would be here. Okay, so this is a fairly simple problem to fix. We're just not bringing in the sensor data, which would be that. So, being the long-range sensors, we want to pull out the selected location knowledge. And obviously this is a level 1 scenario. So we only need that. And if we want to select off of that, it's the wrong type of select. Them. So the information we are displaying here really needs to be fleshed out a lot more than it already is. So if we make literal text unknown, so of course the other thing we need to do for planets is start implementing a naming convention whereby they are star name 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, etc., etc. But we don't have names for stars yet, so that will have to come later. I was hoping I could avoid having to redo all those pins, but I can't, so I won't. When we get on to doing the short-range data, a lot of these text fields are going to change quite dramatically. We need to have a think about actual names of objects, like Earth, Sirius, Wolf 359, etc., versus the descriptions of those objects, like a G2V class star. In the planet gen, they're the lines are blurred, so this needs a bit of a refresh to make sure that we're not generating nonsense. So that needs to say unknown class as well. Perfectly honest, we don't need that one. Not the prettiest thing in the world, but it should do the trick. Okay, it's better. Yeah, to be honest, it just needs to say knowledge level 1 required, doesn't it? Although the star does have details already. So really it's planets we're more concerned about. So the knowledge boxes here are handled on a system-wide basis. If I recall correctly. Yeah, so we definitely need that essentially. So grab a copy of our overlay, stick one on there as well. Right, and then where are we defining that? Okay, no. Alright, tell a lie, that is on a per object basis. Okay, so right, and we're doing that. Right, so that's redundant and can go, maybe. No, that is redundant. So instead, as before, we need to be using our live sensor data. And we need, where are you? That one. And that one. Yeah, so rather than doing it the convoluted way that I was doing it here, we can just run an easy select on that bool. Where's the text field? So, just making sure I've got these the right way round. So the data itself is visible if we've scanned it, otherwise it's hidden. And then the inverse of that, the level indicator is hidden if it's scanned and visible if it is not. I'll leave it like that for now, although I might add an exception to that for stars, because we do have some stellar data already that we can put in that box. So if we look at this system here, so it's now saying level 1, knowledge level 1 required. Obviously we've not done a scan. However, whilst that is perfectly relevant for an unknown planet types, we already know the name and temperature and everything of this particular star. So we could fill out some stellar details in that specific scenario. And then to do that, all we should need to do is get the type. So object type, which we've already got there. Right, so this is going to mean nesting this a little bit, different select statements. So we need to select. This is going to get messy. I'll have to collapse these nodes because otherwise it's going to be horrid. so this is only relevant if it's not a star. It's just unwieldy, so let's collapse that. So for any type of planet, we will show or hide first based on the data there. For everything else, the data should be visible. So we will see the stellar details, but not planet details. And then we need to do the same thing again. We need that again. We've got object type there, I may as well reuse it. So again, for planets, we use the additional select statement, which of course is driven by our exploration data. And then all of these need to be hidden, i.e. do not show the message indicating what knowledge level is required. Okay. And then we can lose that index because it's not needed. Right, so this should mean that we see stellar data, but not any planetary data. Nate, from the reactor control panel, if you exit the door behind you, turn right and take the first door on your left with windows, you should see the fuel tanks and things and have full access to the hardware. The cold and dark should be finishable in the dev build currently. As far as I'm aware, the blocked off doors are only upstairs on F deck, and that's to rooms that you don't need to go in. Okay, perfect. So what we have now is knowledge level 1 required is showing up on overview for the planets, but not the star. Then obviously again, we don't want it to say unknown for the star. So let's go and fix that. Fix it. So obviously there's a lot of stuff we can put in that box. Yeah, things like, you know, temperature, spectral details, all that sort of thing. All that information is coming. Probably when I get around to doing the short range data side of things. That's when these data boxes will really start to be fleshed out. Okay, so they still say nothing, and that says name and class. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we want. Let's try another one, just to be sure. Nothing, 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 and something. And I guess we better make sure that the survey actually completes and everything. Okay, we've got all the green blobs where they should be, and we now have details where it should be. And again, all of the data that's going to be displayed here, the vast bulk of that will be done when we do short range, because things like the stars, when you click on the star, I want to show an actual spectral diagram there relevant to the star class. And we'll probably have, I can't remember how many it was now, OB, A, F, G, K, M, L, T, Y. So that's probably like 100 different PNGs I need for each class of star. So M5V will have a different spectral readout than an M4V, for example. I just need to find some examples of those online, and then we can have a spectral readout for each class of star. Adds a bit more color to the display, and it's, you know, useful information. Right, so what are we missing on here then? So all that works. Stuff works. Again, it's just a display zoom now, so go into there. Zoom doesn't work, so we need to fix that. And the overview here needs data, but it needs more data than we currently have. I don't think we're generating the description field. Yes, we still are. Let's plug something into that and see what we get. Would be one there. Okay, that's what we were showing. Right, so it's pulling that directly from the generated data. Okay. To be honest, we can just give it this data, and that data does still exist. So we just pop that up there. Just need our select location details. That would be the selected version. That one. Right, if we stuff that in there for now, that will at least give us something until the proper description is being generated on the actual Galaxy Gen itself, and then we don't need to sort of cobble something together like that. Let's just see how many of those data points are there. Okay, that'll do for now, I think. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more information here once we actually get to generating the data readouts. So with that fixed and this fixed, I think the last thing, the very last thing, is fixing that and sorting that out. Where do we stand with our checklist? So overview needs to display data. Done. That needs to be formatted. Oh, that's an easy fix. Let's do that. Yes, we do. Great, that fits now. We'll probably have to do something with this when we come to localization, because guaranteed that's not going to fit every language. That's a future problem. And yoink. I do love ticking things off of to-do lists. So let's have a look at the filtering, because that's another probably easy one. Assuming this should control padding we see. So we don't want any. I guess we do want some right padding. these up to 5. Now hopefully this is going to affect the actual list items themselves. Although it might actually use these ones. Let's have a quick look and see. Again, UIs are not my favourite thing. Yeah, so that padding must do something different. That's not the one we want. So let's get rid of that padding. Use this one instead. So or is it the row padding? Be. Of course, I'm setting the colors of this, but that's going to need hooking up to the UI customization before this goes live. Ha, there we go. So it doesn't have a hover, so at least we can see a bit of space around the items. I might give it a bit more left border. To be honest, we can probably round that off a bit as well, just to make it all a bit nicer looking. That would be the selected background, so I want it to be reasonably dark. I think that refers to this specifically, actually. shame you can't, have it pop up whilst you're in the designer. Unless you can and I'm missing it. Okay, so that blue is the text color, right? So we didn't want that then. So selected text color should be white. So I'm trying to find, one, how do you define this black background? And two, how do you change the color of the currently selected item? And furthermore, why is it not hovering? It's this one, maybe? If this isn't the one, I shall go away and research what that is. Oh, that is the one. Okay. Why would it call that the inactive one? It doesn't make any logical sense. Surely that's the active or selected one, not the inactive one. Weird. Bit dark, to be honest. Yeah, I'll leave it like that for now. It's definitely easier to see and read and select. I need to figure out why the hover highlight's not working, and how to like give this rounded edges and such. Let's call that done for now. So that's easier to read. So I'll see if I can get these two things done in the next half an hour, which will take us up to midnight, and then I shall call it a night. So let's see whether the dev gods are with us this evening. Hopefully this one should be quite simple, because all we're doing is just setting the location of the current target. Memory serves, I think that is what we need there. So we're either offsetting our vector to where the ship is, or the central star, which is actually our root location. And then that obviously needs to be the actual target. So data. Oh, there it is. Going blind. We want our selected location. That should be enough, to be honest. Actually, saying that, right, this is the Ori map, isn't it? So we need our large system object. And our local coordinates, not our galactic coordinates. Hopefully that should do the trick for that. Just make sure that the sensor data is on there. No, it's not. Actually, if we're doing this properly, and we should, then what we actually need to do here is just see whether we've actually got a detailed target, because otherwise we're going to show the sensor display when there isn't actually a target selected. So has detailed target, visibility can come off of that. Let's give that a whirl and see. Yeah, I'm aware of that one, Scorpio. I haven't had time to look into it, but yeah, it's definitely a known bug. And no, Ethan, I didn't actually disable that, so I don't know why it stopped showing up. I will have a look though, just in just a second, see. So nothing's currently selected. So if we select something, we should start to see the thingy on there, which we do not. Oh, yes, we do. There it is. So right, so it's not showing up properly with ship position. But it is with that one, because essentially that means it's in the middle anyway. Okay. Where are we? This one. So, right. So the issue there is with this. So ship aligned is false. And that can just be 0, 0, 0. No, that's wrong. So if ship aligned is true, then it needs to be an offset. If it's false, we're putting it just in the middle of the display. We should be coming off of the root location, and then that should just be our actual coordinate. So that coordinate plus that should equal where it is. Let's give that a quick whirl on it. There we go. That's more like it. So you can see that's lining up with the planets nicely now. And then if we do target focused, then it's always just in the middle anyway, so we don't need to bother offsetting that specifically. It will always just be in the middle of the display. So we go through things. Then that should move around there quite nicely. I think that sphere there needs to go away. I may as well do the nav target actually while we're at it. What am I doing? Orrery local star mesh. As far as I'm aware, we're no longer using this. That's the old sensors. That's the old one. That's relevant. There. So that is not needed. It's going to create some errors, which we'll fix by simply doing that. This function can get deleted. I won't delete it quite yet, just in case, but I'm pretty sure that can just go. Ugh, horrendous thing can go as well. Okay, so that sorts that out. So we need the same thing again, this time for our nav target, because we may as well show that on there as well, while we're showing stuff. Actually, we don't need that, do we? Because we've got this. Should be all we need. Oh, there's one check we're not making here actually, and that's whether or not the nav target is within the system we're currently looking at. So obviously the coordinate space is shared between each subsector, so we also need also we need the thing I deleted earlier, which is whether or not we are using the long range or the medium range sensors, because we need to differentiate between whether or not we're using our a selected sector location or whether we're using our current sector location. And that's only pertinent because we've made this into a generic function which works on the medium or long range sensors equally. It's either of those two that we're going to be using. We are drawing from... Actually, no. No, we can use that one, can't we? Yeah, no, we don't need this. Don't need that at all. We need that. That's what we need. Unfortunately, this has our galactic coordinates. So all we need to do is if that equals exactly that, then nav target can be visible. So basically that's just double checking that the nav target we have is in the location that we're actually looking at and not some other star system. That should solve that one fine. And obviously we don't want to move that, we want to move that. Okay, let's give that a whirl. We need some blinking lights on the console, yes. Things like animations and just general life and activity on the console is likely something that will come over time. But not to the point where it's arbitrary. So the whole idea behind the game is that everything's being built realistically, as though it was real on a real starship. So yeah, none of the data is here just for the sake of showing something on the screen. It all serves a purpose. Like every single button here, has a point to it. So that works there for the sensor target, and there's our current nav target. So if we select that, I can see that one. Right, so we've just selected that as our sensor target. If we now send that to the helm, when we press that button, that should move to there. Which it did not. Right, I'd be willing to bet though, we refresh this data, it will move. So if we're going to do that and that, yeah, it's moved. So, okay, so what needs to happen then is when we update this, probably need to add that to the overall sensor data so that it gets passed through to here. Well, there might be an easier way, actually. Yeah, so... Right, okay, so... that very much needs updating. here instead, so that can go away. Actually, just for the sake of having to reconnect everything, may as well copy the whole thing. On that note, actually, rather than doing all of this here, we should probably just do that. At least then we're not duplicating code in two separate places. So that and that can then do the same thing. Right, let's try that again. Okay, so same again. When I press that button, that should pop over there. Ah. Yep. Good, good. Okay, so sensor target on the orrery is done. So at this point, we're at the no issues state. So really, it's just that to go. We've got 3 minutes until midnight. What can I get done in 3 minutes? Range, zoomy zoom zooms. That one. That one. So pressed. Pressed. Where's our range buttons gone? Of course, we need released versions of those as well. Thank you, Festus. I appreciate it. Oops. So blah 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 blahs. Right, and then we just need released version of those. I won't have a chance to get this finished, but I will finish it before I put the build out, because this shouldn't take very long to get this done. All I'm doing is, whoops, did I not press the button? There we go. All I'm doing is just replicating the existing functionality and just adding a different unit of measurement, essentially. So rather than having the light year scale that we have for the long range sensors, we will have this kilometer/AU scale instead for the detail view. So they'll just operate separately. And that will give us the ability to zoom out and in the long range orrery map. So the medium one obviously zooms in and out quite happily. The long range one does not. See here, it's already picking up all the right buttons and everything, but they don't work yet. So once that's hooked up, that will work exactly the same as this, and no more code work is needed because they're using the same shared function. So all the gubbins that works there will just naturally work on the long range as well. Yes, at Astra, I shall be uploading a development build, as soon as I've hooked up the zoom buttons, which I shall do after I've had a shower. So maybe in an hour and a half or so. Yeah, and the only thing that's left to do on the medium range sensors, because that pretty much makes the long range sensors feature complete at that point. Yeah, other than fixing that, this is all done. So yay to that. And then medium range is really close behind. Sorting this out is literally just a bunch of copy paste, so that shouldn't take long. And then just adding maybe a couple of extra bits of information in there, just to fill up this with some extra functionality. And then that's that done as well. So I would say, hopefully by Wednesday's stream, we should have the GPS long range and the medium range done, feature complete. And then we can just focus on getting the short range up to spec. And it's the short range sensors where all the exciting stuff's going to happen. So yeah, that's the biggie that we need to get towards. Okay, so on that happy note, I shall wish you all adieu. I shall go and have a nice hot steamy shower, and I'll probably drag Claire in as well and make sure she gets really steamed up because of her sniffles. Clear her out a bit, get her healthy, tuck her up into bed, and then when she's all snuggled, I shall come back and finish the build off and get that sorted, and you can all have a play with it. Okay everyone, have a good night, have a good week, and I shall see you on Wednesday on the next stream. Bye for now.